Hopefully everything's working, right? Just gonna do a quick test. Shows up there. Does it work? Yes, it does. Okay, so we're all good. I can just load into that and we'll don't have to have multiple things going on. Yeah, screw it. I might as well make a post on Twitter, right? Hope everyone's doing all right. Hey, thief. Hope all is well for you. Nice, nice. I really don't know what I'm going to be saying for the description of this, because it's like, for the game. I'm looking at the itch.io page, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have to make it public today. And it's like... Fuck it, I'll just make it public for now. But, as I'm supposed to. But, yeah, it is gonna get, interesting to say the least. Anything good to drink? It's serviceable. It's good enough. I'm gonna have to find something to replace this mouse at some point because this keeps getting stuck, or I have to do something. Maybe it's like, no, it doesn't matter what surface, it kind of just does it regardless. I'm gonna have to get a new mouse then, fuck. Alright, start things off. Gonna get the new actions put in here. Alright, just to recap, crouching, spring jumping, failsafe respawn, kind of did some fine tuning with the movement, and I'll go in and implement that step up feature later, but for just trying to get the stock, you know, just like I guess you could say getting the prototype out today, I'm just gonna focus on what I have currently and also try to get shooting to work. Hopefully get like maybe I can get like 2-player split screen working or something, just as a starting point. I'd like to get 4-player, but by the end of it, but yeah. I guess because I'm doing it with like a shitty, you know, I'm not using an actual thing here, I'm just using a, you know, brick currently. Let me see. Trying to think of like the file structure and things like that to get, so when you're playing, you know, everything is saved to this weapon, and that way you don't have to worry about it, like having to type a bunch of shit out and make sure everything. Anyway, I'm not happy with the weapon script though that I have currently. So there has to be a way to like categorize this stuff so that way it's a little bit easier to work with. Okay, good. At least that'll help with organization and stuff. I want to kind of just like make this, if anything. I mean, to be fair, there's not like anything really to do, like change anyway, because there's like nothing starting with here, but it's like looking at it, there's just like, I don't know how else to say it. I feel like it's not like what I'm doing, like I feel like I'm already doing something wrong and I just don't know how to fix it. You know what I mean? You know that feeling all too well. Alright. I'm gonna do this just because I need to kind of figure out, like, understand, like, from full extent, like, what I need. And this script overall is supposed to be like a universal script that can be used by any weapon that I have. Alright, there's something for tooltips. I'm trying to remember. Huh? Okay, let me try this real quick. Why not? Any way that I can actually edit this? Yeah, I don't know how this works. Oh! Okay. Oh. I was thinking that would, like, make another line.
Oh, hello.
Hey-oh.
Yeah, you figured it out just as I said you were forward.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it now.
So, the first example they give isn't actually what the person wanted. Someone else gives the example, which is just the double hashtag in the description.
Right.
So as you can see, the person did the same thing. They wanted to change the no description section. Some person gives a code example, which is for func get property list, which is what they wanted, and then the next person gives the just use hashtag. So if you want a description for the script itself, it needs to be at the top.
Right. Okay. Let me fix that. There we go. I really hate this mouse. I don't know what is going on with it, but like at random points, as I'm just kind of moving along, it just stops.
From Tom and Jerry be like,
yeah.
I really hate this mouse. It just moves around, and sometimes when I'm going, it just stops. So yeah, in your weapons.gd at the top, do like a double hash, and then the description of the script.
All right.
Like above extends node. I'm calling for this form.
Gotcha.
No, above it. Above it.
Yeah, I got it above. I got it. I got it above it.
Free. From what I saw before you deleted it, most of the stuff there seemed fine. But fair enough, doing it from scratch to get it all fresh and.
All right. Because
what I can think of also is a name really a stat?
that's true. That's true.
Also, I said it in chat. Epempty.
Oh. I'm like, I thought you were being funny because I like spelled it wrong, but I already recorrected it. But no, I didn't. I didn't. Never recorrected it. Damn it.
So yeah, I feel like the name would be above the stats, and the stats are obviously
right.
Damage, accuracy, range if you have a range component, fire rate, magazine. So most of the ones you already had would have been relative.
Right.
Since this is like your generic thing, each one when it's instantiated is given its data pulled from probably a document. And so you have the functions which are like fire, function fire, check, fire type. If single fire, do single fire. If burst, get burst number.
Yeah.
Do that many fire calls. If auto, while input held down, keep firing.
Right.
And the delay would be the delay variable in the stats. Time between shots is the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Because that's the easiest way to code.
I just thought of this. Like,
So the variable, so what you present to the player, if you had like a stat sheet, shouldn't be the same as the variable, right?
Yeah.
So rate of fire, like you want it to be bigger for the person watching, saying this is how many bullets you can get out per second. But when you're writing code, you'll basically have to flip it anyway,
Yeah.
right? So rate of fire should be on this end. It should be time between shots.
Right. What I was thinking was, say you're in a situation where you're using burst fire, but you
Yeah.
want to change the initial, like the rate of fire that's happening in between the bursts. Excuse me, the rate of fire of the bursts themselves, and then a separate stat specifically for the delay between bursts.
Okay. So the more generic term is time between shots, and then there would be a special variable for when doing burst fire, which is time between not time between bursts, but well, no, it'd be time between bursts is the generic term because technically, single shotgun is a burst gun. It's just a burst of one every time.
Right.
And an an automatic gun is an infinite burst gun. You just get to stop it whenever you want. So, like logically speaking, the time between trigger pulls is one variable, and then time between bullet fire is a second variable. And for most things, they'll be the same. But like you said, for burst fire or automatic, you'd want that variable to be there. So,
Right. Actually, because it's an enum, it wouldn't be. It can't be exported. It's enum, and then the variable that you can use to select enum, that would be exported.
I get that it's for enumerator, so that's why you're calling it an enum. But why enum? Why not? But why not just call it an enum?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Like, I get that it's short for enumerator, so that's why you're saying enum. But it's just weird to say something. Oh, it's an enum. That's funny. So this is for the type of fire, right? Single burst auto. Okay, fair. Because I remember explaining enums to you. Well, yeah.
Doing the it was the XCOM like thing that I was fucking around with. Yeah.
Because if you think about what you do for your function, let's say you've got your generic call for fire when they pull the trigger. First, it will check if it's allowed to fire, if the time between fire has been reached yet.
Right.
Even on the first shot, it will be 0, so it's fine. Then it will check which type of gun it is. Or you do either of those the same around. But it's always good to check, can I shoot first? Okay, what am I shooting? Okay, do specific code dependent on what I'm shooting.
Right. The only things I want to do for now, for just the prototype, is the starting pistol, the sniper rifle, and a shotgun. Is the 3 types that I want to work with, or at least the 3 prototypes that I want to work with. So that way.
Okay. So if you're having shotgun pellet count,
right.
You could even have it so that there are special things like Borderlands obviously has this with 1 and 2 and 3 and such, where you have all these variables can be applied to practically everything. So you can have a submachine gun that shoots multiple bullets at once. You can have a rocket that has a triple pellet count. You can have a shotgun that
I guess that would be
automatic.
For the most generic term. I guess pellet count would be the thing. So like a standard rifle would just, or a pistol, it would just be the pellet count of 1.
Yeah, it'd just be 1, yeah. But then for shotguns, typically you use some number between like 6 and 12. I don't know how, because there are more pellets in actual shotguns. The number of beads you can put in those fuckers.
Yeah.
Obviously higher. What's the word?
Oh yeah, I think this would be integers for this case.
Yes. You can't have half a pellet. Well, I mean you can, but
right.
for all intents and purposes, it's still a pellet.
No. Not that I know of. I don't know if there's a way to set up like a range, so then it's just like 0 to 100 or something. Like it would probably be like like reasonably. You'd probably only want to do like 0 to like maybe 30.
Listen, if
But
someone wants to fiddle with the code and make it so their shotgun fires 1,000 pellets in single player, and it does, go ahead.
I mean, true, true. The thing is more of like okay, like don't deal with any negative numbers. So maybe there would have to be like a check. So then it's like any negative numbers.
Just do an absolute value check. So any negative number just gets made into an absolute value, and then 0 defaults to 1.
Hmm.
Or 0 defaults to, I don't know, melee because it doesn't have pellets. I don't know. Yeah, so I guess 0 would be if you did have anything that was hit scan, because it doesn't actually fire out projectiles. So by having a pellet count of 0, you can say, oh, this is for hit scan code. And it would be an easy way to distinguish, I suppose. But
maybe
what you do is if you put in a negative number, you can just say when the thing is called that first time it's checked or first time it's initialized, check if just do the absolute value of the number, and it will just be made positive anyway. So if someone put -2, it becomes 2. If they put -1, it becomes 1. If they put -100, it becomes 100. That's what the absolute value is.
And there we go. For special case, I guess we could go in and put a var here of this would be burst count.
Yep. Burst count. Or what are the actual terms?
Actually, now that I think about it, you just have burst and auto, because technically single shot is just a burst of 1.
Yeah, but you still want to distinguish between single and burst.
True.
Because while single is technically a burst of 1, that you might have it in the case where like okay, Borderlands example again, the Jacobs guns, specifically the pistols, they can fire as fast as you can press the trigger.
Right.
But burst weapons typically they have a bit of a you press it goes press press. Whereas if you try and do that on a burst gun, you try and pull the trigger again whilst it's still firing. You want to account for that in code.
That is true.
So that, like, if someone tries pulling the trigger whilst it's bursting, because you want that to be a function that you can do with single shot weapons, because they might have a high fire rate but still only be single shot. You don't want to have to then check, okay, when doing burst fire, if burst fire of 1, then do this. If burst fire of more than 1, then do this. It's like, it just overcomplicates it. It's easy to just have the check to distinguish, make it a special edge case. It's why the number 1 isn't a prime number, even though it's divisible by 1 and 1. But because 1 and 1 are the same number, it's not a prime number. It's a unit. Okay, let's see. What's... Oh, I need to message some of the gun autists and ask them what's the term for like near number of. Again, it's a 3-round burst, but what would you call that variable? What would you...
Yeah, that's a good point.
So damage time between bursts.
I want to try to set up like a category subcategory where it's like
you could still call time between bursts fire rate. What I remember in Binding of Isaac, it used to be called tier delay because it was the time between each tier that could be so you could call it shot delay, I suppose.
Yeah, true.
But then someone might think shot delay. So what? When you pull the trigger, it takes X amount of time to fire. But I think it's reasonable to call it shot delay.
Yeah. I mean that we could have that as a thing, like for the rare example of having like open bolt stuff.
Binding of Isaac is he changed it from tier delay to fire rate because tier delay has a minimum value that is effectively hard coded, whereas fire rate you can make that number as big as you want, and you can just say in 1 second 1,000 things needs to be fired. Whereas if your tick rate is say 60, for example, and you have a tier delay of 0, so every frame a bullet is fired, maximum you could do 60 bullets a second. But in Binding of Isaac, the amount of hecticness that can happen with that, he needed a bigger number. But I think 60 at max a second is fine. And if you want higher, you just go pick a higher tick rate. So it'd be burst stats. Oh yeah, that's good. But it's magazine. Is this ammo and reserve?
Yeah, I probably should just say ammo. That would just be quicker to look at.
Like, yeah. So you've got magazine and reserve. Those are your two typical numbers. Is that all?
There's also current, which that won't be exported because not to fiddle with it, but
yeah, but I'm talking the generic terms before.
Right.
So these are all the base terms. So like you have a health stat typically, but you typically have a max health stat. So you do all your base variables first that are like constants. Fire rate is always this number, for example. Magazine is always this number. Unless you add an attachment, then that magazine number's increased. But those
Right.
variables are constants; they don't change. Whereas the ones that change, they can later.
Oh yeah, you're right. These would be kind of referred to as constants, huh?
Well, they wouldn't necessarily. So while they're constants in that when you're playing the game they don't change, if you have any type of attachments or perk systems or anything, you could make it so the numbers change. So you don't want them to be strictly constants in that degree, where they never change.
Right. That could be actually an interesting mechanic, because like a Halo-style FPS, right? But instead of just like weapons being scattered, not just weapons scattered around, you'll also find like attachments that you can like slap onto a gun.
Because I mean, in Halo you've got active camo and you've got overshield. What if you also had one that gave you an X amount of time of fast shooting? You know.
Right. Like bottomless clip, or just
bottomless clip,
damage boost,
reload,
right?
or damage boost, or any sort of type of things like, because you don't have to be limited. Just I'll go invisible and become invulnerable.
Right. That's what I was thinking of, like weapon attachments. Like, so they're like a sort of like little side pickup that you could pick up and put onto your gun. So like a red dot size, magazine size, or anything like that.
With weapon attachments, it feels a bit like you're on the fly in this like arena area, and you pick up a thing, you stop, like obviously in game it would just immediately attach, but like
Right.
I think it's more plausible to just say, oh, this is a piece of technology that makes you shoot faster, rather than something that's expressly like, oh, I found a stock on the floor, now I'm more accurate.
That's true. That's true. Like, yeah. Maybe like it would keep it very basic. So like magazine size.
It depends on how arcadey you be though, because
Yeah.
obviously.
In this case, so we're not trying to be simulation, that's for sure.
Yeah, think like zombies, right? You've got max ammo, you've got zombie blood. In modded stuff, they have the infinite ammo one, they have the move fast one, a speed one, right? So you got active camo to go invisible, you got overshield to go invulnerable. What about fucking hot boots to move around super quick?
Yeah.
Imagine getting the hot boots with an energy sword.
Oh god. Fucking running around mock fuck, like running on wall. Oh my god.
Imagine these boots forced you melee though as well.
Yeah. What? Oh, I thought of this as well. The hot boots make it even like more cursed. They magnetize you to any surface, so you could be running on the walls. You could be running on the ceiling and shit.
I like the idea of them magnetizing you to the floor so you can't jump. So you're running around at like super speed, but you can only go up and down ramps. You can't like jump over obstacles.
But that leads into an interesting predicament, because I was thinking about like maybe with the map design where you could have a situation where you look up and somebody's on the floor, air quotes. Well, technically somebody's on the ceiling, but from their perspective, they're on the floor, and you're looking straight up at somebody and having to deal with like map design like that. I feel like that could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on that.
Although in that case, if you jumped, you would reach like a certain point, and then you would swap swap gravity. So then you would be falling.
Like
kind of
messing with gravity stuff like that can have issues that
right.
often has edge cases. It's why most things typically either do local gravity, like Super Mario, or you have it so you are in the state where you are attached to the thing, and you have magnet moves. But then again, like those edge cases and thinking about how you go seamlessly from one thing to another thing, whilst it'd probably be cool to be on the ceiling, maybe just have like a grapple hook fucking power weapon that lets you hang from the ceiling like Man vs Machine.
Or like
Not Man vs. Machine,
kind of like Spider-Man, a little bit, right? With a little,
kind of like Spider-Man. Yeah. The one I'm thinking of is it's in Manpower in TF2, not vs Machine, where you, every person is just given a grapple hook, so Heavy becomes just as mobile as any other person because he can just grapple hook around the map. Which doesn't work in TF2 because, you know, it's a class-based shooter, not a I don't know what the opposite is. Normal shooter, generic shooter.
Yeah, I guess.
So yeah, max magazine and reserve, right?
Yeah.
Also, magazine wouldn't be a float, right?
No.
Technically, in some cases, you do want continuous values for things like flamethrowers, right? But so do you,
from what I've seen in regards to
are integers,
right? From what I've currently seen, like the reason why is because like you rapidly changing because it's rapidly changing the variable. That's why.
Okay. Fair enough. Because I know Overwatch, for example. Overwatch has 3 different ammo types. You have integer, infinite, and float, basically.
Right.
You've got integer ones like Hanzo's bow because they're slower shooting, and even the fast ones are integers. They go down in whole integer sequences. But things like May's ice thing is both integer when it uses the icicle, but a float when it uses the spray. So the icicle always removes X amount, like I think it's like 10 or something or 20. Whereas the spray, because it can like be, I think it's just continuous. Like it can be turned on and off at will. You can hold it and then let go like half a second quicker, because you can't just do strict numbers with that. It tends to be a float, but what's presented to the player looks like an integer.
Right.
Same with flamethrowers, where if you like tap, you're often going to spend your ammo faster because they have like a cap that you're always going to use at least one when you fire. But if you hold it down a bit longer, you get typically a more efficient use of the flame. That's if it's not time to if it's not number of frames active. If it's time to number of frames active, you can tap anyway, but still.
Right. Then there's the that kind of explains why a lot of people, like even in like World at War stuff, like World at War Zombies, people tap fire the flamethrower because it looks like it. My guess is that because it has to at least have the minimum requirement, right? You could effectively like rapid fire.
Part of why they tap fire the flamethrower is because it has a temperature gauge,
right,
that makes it run out. But then also because whilst it's time to frames the consumption, it's tied to number of frames you're holding down the trigger and not number of frames the fire is out. The fire can exist longer than you put it on the trigger.
Right.
So what you're doing is you're just putting fire that's where there's already fire, so you can more accurately like project fire in many directions by tap firing. So it's less of an ammo issue in that. It's more of a
not
fire
ammo.
Fire exists for more than just the frames of holding down the trigger.
Right, and the reason why I'm saying that is like a lot of people do that to like try to maximize the damage output of the flamethrower. That anyway.
Yeah, because one tick of fire in many old games is just as bad as multiple ticks of fire because it fucks you up. So yeah, you got current reserve, mag size, that's fine. Pellet count, fire type, burst count, shot delay, type of fire. You didn't do a burst rate. Oh no, you did shot delay and fire rate. Okay, good.
Oh, shot delay
Yeah.
is
No,
is specifically for like open bolt stuff, but I guess it technically could be used.
Yeah, no, when you did it earlier, I didn't realize you did both variables. So you got the 2 fire rate equivalents, the damage. Are there going to be shields in this?
I'm debating on whether or not. I am thinking more along the lines of like,
obviously,
I guess like
in Halo, you've got weapons that are more effective against shields.
Right.
So you could have it so there's like just a shield modifier.
Right.
So if this gun is supposed to be effective against shields, it has a shield modifier that does twice as much damage on shields.
Right.
For example.
I think it's going to be a consistent health thing, but it's a recharging health, so.
Okay, fair enough. No shield then. No need
just
for
to try.
For like plasma.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
What about explosives? Any splash radius?
You're right. You're right. I'll need to do that for any rocket launchers.
I mean, or if you want explosive round guns, a power weapon that's an SMG that's explosive. Fucking, that sounds awful.
Oh god. Oh god. A power up that just makes all your ammo explosive.
Yeah. So that would be effectively because you could also have it so, like, if I'm thinking like TF2 times, an explosive could be more damaging to like a building and less damage to a person. But so you'll have explosion damage.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you've got the damage of the bullet hitting them, but if it's an explosive bullet, you then have the damage of the explosion itself. So you've got explosive damage, then you have splash or radius, right? The radius of that explosion. Then do you want all fall off of that explosion to be the same?
I treat it as just like you're in like if you're in the radius, there is a flow, there is a drop off, but maybe you could modify how sharp the drop off is.
So you could have a variable that's damage fall off. You could also have that for normal weapons as well. You could say if you're shooting too far away, the bullet does less damage.
Yeah, I think that could be range fall off, right? That I'll put that in the stats real quick.
Oh yeah, because you could obviously just have it so that we didn't do range, yeah, so range would go back up with damage fire ratio. Explosive radius. Probably up there. Because typical short range probably, or weapon range. So because some things, like if you had like special fucking sci-fi weapons, they would have infinite range, but they'd still have drop off, right? So you might want to distinguish between. Well, they might still have drop offs. It depends. The thing with drop off though is it does get a bit complicated because it does mean that often you have to calculate either based on the proximity of the person to the bullet, right, or you to the bullet, which often means that in most cases it's fine, but you get cases like in TF2 where it's more effective to shoot the rocket and then move closer to the person you're shooting with the rocket because calculation is based on your distance from the rocket, which is like, well, which damage fall off, so it makes sense, but like the rocket is more effective because I'm standing next to it, Wait.
Yeah, I would think in those cases, because like if you were to have a rocket launcher, I would say, or you're dealing with an explosive projectile, like at that point your damage of the base impact of the weapon is gonna be non-existent because you're dealing with almost entirely the explosive damage.
Okay. Yeah,
so
the explosive damage's fall off is dependent on the epicenter of the explosion,
right?
Whereas the fall off of the actual rocket hitting them, like the physical thing, that has fall off too because it has range. But who cares? Because most of what you're here for is like the 200 points of explosive damage, not the
Right.
5 points of hitting someone point blank with a rocket.
Yeah. And even in those cases, I'd probably just have it where if the range is -1, then it's just like, okay, it's infinite. Like, we don't have to worry about, like, damage fall off.
You don't want to worry. You need to be concerned about infinite thing, because if you don't have a skybox that blocks projectiles, you can have projectiles going on forever.
Right. I'd have to set up, like, something where it turns
I remember,
up, like,
I think there was
maybe
a
there's, like, a
lag
self...
issue with like one of the April Fool things with Overwatch, where if you had like all Hanzos and they all did their ult, because their ult doesn't fade away with distance for some reason, and there was like an April Fools where it does more ults than normal. You could lag it out that way, I think, or it was a custom games thing. I can't remember the specifics, but
Probably custom games.
you have to be careful with, like, you could probably have a collide. Effectively, the skybox works so that you could have the skybox just deletes any projectiles that get to that hit the skybox.
Yeah, that's probably the method that I'm gonna go with. Just like after a certain amount of range, or there's like effectively a boundary box that's outside the map. That...
Yeah, a trigger is probably your best bet, but obviously things can technically miss triggers. That's why you make triggers thick enough. But so like, because doing a calculation, how far away from the origin is this projectile on this frame? How far away from the origin is the projectile from this frame? For every projectile, every frame is a bit. Whereas if you have just a basic, when collision happens between two objects,
maybe a projectile lifespan kind of thing.
Lifespan could work as well. Just have it so that every tick, every projectile in the list just subtracts 1 or subtracts some from its lifespan until it fades off.
Mm-hmm.
Which is effectively a range, by the way. So range could be its lifespan.
True. I feel like I'll have range for the damage fall off, and then the lifespan for, that way, it doesn't just move on forever. Because you don't want to have a situation where, like, maybe you're shooting somebody down a hallway, but because the weapon doesn't have enough range, it just, like, the shot disappears effectively.
Right, yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta spit some shit out.
In that case, but in that case, like SMGs, they typically have short range, but you fire it down a really long hallway. Most games don't have it do any damage to the person on the other end of the hallway.
Right. Now I'll be right back. I'm thinking to some extent maybe I do like a projectile script, and then I can move some of the at least some of these stats into said projectile script.
Yeah, you definitely pass some of them data in, because obviously when that projectile collides is when you want the thing to happen. You don't want the weapon script to be accounting for all these wayward projectiles and when they collide.
Yeah.
So a projectile would have a model, a speed, a size, a range, obviously, a explosive radius if it's explosive. Obviously damage as well. Because this can both be how you scale the model. but also that you could have a thing where you just have like imagine a power up that makes your bullets like 10 times bigger.
Oh god, that would be dumb. It would be great, but it would be dumb. Oh man. I mean, considering the type of game that I'm trying to make here, like it definitely feels like it would fit.
Yeah, this is meant. This it feels to me arcadey, right? So you gotta have some wacky shit in there, and not just wacky for sake of wacky, but like this sounds cool. Like
Yeah.
you can get like big head mode. you can get everyone's head, every other person's head big head mode, so headshots are easy to do.
Oh man. Oh, imagine like some neutral power-ups. Where, you know, like big head mode could be like one of those things. Okay, I have to throw this into
everyone, so you get headshot easier, everyone else. Yeah. And you could have like, I don't know how much you want to go into like aesthetics, but you could have like an announcer who's like big head mode.
I'm thinking a little bit on the, what is it, Marvel vs. Capcom 3's announcer. Amazing, incredible, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be pretty good.
Imagine there's like a time warp effect that anyone holding a not like actual time travel, but like anyone holding a fast fire rate weapon is now a slow fire rate weapon, and the slow fire rate weapons are now fast fire rate weapons.
Inversion.
So full auto sniper rifles and such.
Inversion. Oh, that could be funny.
Makes me think of a Trick Room from Pokemon. So like slow Pokemon now get to be fast, and fast Pokemon are now slow.
Oh god, imagine a weapon with a burst fire, right? And now you have the burst fire that's like slow, but then it takes like an eternity for the next burst to come along. Oh god. I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't do that.
It's the opposite. You have a magazine that's 30. You fire 3 out of 30. Clearly, you have to invert it. You now fire 27 out of 30. My burst fire goes.
Oh.
There's a gun in Borderlands 2 called, I think, the Chopper, which is a gun where you pull the trigger once, it empties out the magazine completely. And it has like a magazine of like 200. And then they you can technically interrupt it with melee, I believe, but like the idea is you fire out your entire magazine, which I think actually might be your entire reserve. Actually, now I can't remember.
That sounds like something that would be in Borderlands.
Yeah, it's a gun that's got from one of the most awkward to fight raid bosses in the game, which is Deciduous, which is the big like, it's like a big bug strider, kind of like striders in Half-Life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you damage it by shooting its weak spots, but it's got such an inflated health pool that it just takes fucking forever to fight. And then you can just have it that it accidentally dies because one of the enemies in the map shot it, and they get auto kills for some reason. But anyway, before we go tangent of your power-ups too much, back to the script.
Yeah.
Big bullets.
Yeah. What? There was one that I feel like we were. Oh yeah, speed boost.
Hot boots is what I called it because I like make you run quick. But yeah, speed boost. Speed boost. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Wow, I can't believe you explain Juggernaut as overshields, but don't explain it as big health, and you don't explain active camo, but hot boots, which is very intuitive. 100% doesn't just set your feet on fire. 100% you have to explain that. big health bar. Give camo envisionability. Big bullets. Self-explanatory. Jumbo mode. Boom, 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 boom. Big head mode and big bullet mode.
Yep.
Chef's kiss.
That's good.
Make their head bullet magnets, basically.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Back to this. I guess to some extent, you wouldn't even need to have the damage stat, really.
And what, the projectile?
Yeah, like
Or
maybe
in the weapon?
like in the weapon. Like I guess damage and range.
I mean, but then how does the projectile get the damage? Where does the projectile get the damage stat from? It needs to be in the weapon.
Couldn't you just put it into the projectile itself?
Yeah, okay, but then how? What calls the projectile?
The weapon would still call the projectile. So
yeah. So
speaking of which,
it needs a number to feed into the projectile. So making it a variable is useful.
Fair.
Because let's say you have
it kind of hard codes it in. Otherwise, it would hard code the projectal to be a certain way, right?
And the code, it would be whatever number you put in the code for each different script. You'd have to do it multiple times.
Yeah.
You'd have to. Whereas if you just do projectile.damage equals weapon or equals damage, then it solves the issue. So let's say you got your JSON file or whatever file structure you have to store all the weapon types, right? They even have their own separate files. Where would the data that goes into the projectile be in that file? It would have to be in the weapon file, and the weapon is a weapon script, so it would need the number there.
Right. Yeah, if I put it all into the projectile, it would just hard code it into the projectile, which that's
so I don't know
not as flexible.
I don't know. Again, more of a Unity boy, so I don't know the extent of GD script, but
for the sake of this is the object.
For my spell projectiles, for example, spell projectile is a script, and when I cast spells with the where is it? Controlling, I think, section? Or no, it's the spellcast manager. It's the spellcast manager. So my spellcast manager, which is to account for anyone who can cast a spell, not just me. It casts a spell by having the spell projectile prefab, a player transform emitter, and then it makes the projectile on the thing, and then when it's initialized, when a projectile is initialized in spell projectile, like on awake, its container is the one it's in, its prefab is the script in the prefab. Then update, it moves forward, fixed update, timer +1, and then on trigger enter it does all this collision stuff. But to cast, it just where's cast? That's spell cast manager, because that's basically shrink. So caster, spell ID, cost. So that would be effectively remove a bullet from the magazine. And then spell part, that's like projectile type, single burst, whatever. And then it just then it does a fire, so this would be like the fire code. So fire, the type of projectile, the list of projectiles, because spells can do more than one shot. So this would be like pellet count, type of projectile, and then another variable which is whether or not it's a special shot. So that would be like alt fire or normal fire. But when I feed in, okay, here's where I actually do it. Temp projectile handler. The projectile is instantiated. Its spell projectile then it sets the speed at 0.5, because that's the same for all projectiles in my game. So instead of 0.5, you'd do weapon.speed. Then the type is the type that's fed in through the function. So again, another variable. Whether or not it's a variant is fed in through the integer A or B, so integer A, 0 or 1. Then the parts are added, and then if it's a target, its collisions are 0. If it's a rune, its collision is 0. If it's a line, its collision is from the player's stats, their line collision modifier. And then, so yeah, like when I make the projectile, a bunch of data is passed from the previous thing into the spell projectile. So the same would happen with the bullet, effectively.
Right. In this case, the Node 3D is effectively going to be the projectile model. So
Yeah, no,
it's
I get
pulling
that.
from that, yeah.
But that model's already in the. That would the mod that needs to be passed into the projectile, obviously. Basically everything needs to be passed into the projectile, pretty much. The only thing that would be generic code, right? So collision code is already in the projectile, doesn't need to be passed through none of that, right? Unless you have weapons that can do collaterals, right?
Which, in that case, like, it would just be the case of, like, okay, have you hit a person or have you hit a wall? And then at that point,
Which you could either make it a boolean or you can make it a number of penetrations, or does it penetrate everyone?
I'd say penetrate everyone, and then maybe, like, okay, I'm thinking about the sniper bullet. So, like, ricocheting, like, what angle does it need to hit a wall before it can ricochet? And then...
Oh yeah, if you do ricochets as well. So
oh god, let's just start with this.
The maximum a sniper bullet could have, before you say that thought, maximum a sniper bullet could have is all of the penetrations from the first shot, a ricochet, and then all the penetrations from that shot, and then it stops. I don't think you want infinite ricochets.
Well, it would probably hit a wall at some point that's like flat enough that it stops it. So.
Yeah, but like you don't want to tempt the players who find a perfect way to like have an infinitely ricocheting bullet.
To be fair though, that would just be a case of map design, I think. As funny as that would be, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, but let's say it bounces off at say 45-degree angles. If you have a square, all you have to do is stand on one edge, turn, and every wall is now at a 45-degree angle if you just shoot at the middle. So you'd bounce on all walls and shoot yourself, and the bullet would just keep going around that square forever. If you perfectly aligned it. Obviously, it's almost impossible to perfectly align it, but you would just have a bullet going in a square forever.
Yeah.
Because the angle of incidence would be 45 degrees, so it would ricochet.
And it needs to be shallow enough for you to be able to actually take advantage of it. So
yeah, it needs to be shallow. It needs to be shallow enough so that you can say, okay, if I aim about here, it'll bounce off the same way it comes in. But you don't want it to be so shallow that it's basically pointless.
Well,
because it's so shallow that you might as well just, why are you shooting the ball? Just shoot the person that's right in front of you. Because you're aiming for the person right in front of you by shooting the ball that's right next to them.
Right. Let me reframe that. That would be shallowness. Like, so closer to the 45, like direct, like angle. So
well, shallow is not steep. So the angle of incidence is how close you're to the wall. So a shallowness would be how close you are to the wall. Steepness is how far away you are from the wall. Because if you shoot at the wall, the angle becomes like closer and closer to, like, pointing straight at the wall is 90 degrees.
Right. So obviously you wouldn't want
next
that.
to the wall is, being in the wall would be 0 degrees. So it depends on like 30 degrees, 40 degrees, whatever number you think is best. I suggest looking at a protractor and seeing what seems reasonable.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea.
Yeah, that circle one looks pretty good actually.
Yeah.
So, obviously you got to think of the fact that where the player is standing is where the number is.
Right. And then you have the
if they're at
center
90 and they shoot straight at the wall, they're at a 90 degree. If they're in line with the wall and they shoot straight at the wall, they're at 0 or 180. If they are kind of 45 degrees, that's cutting the right angle in half. That feels like it wouldn't ricochet very well.
Yeah. So it would probably be like maybe
20 degrees?
I'm thinking like maybe the max of like 35.
35 is pretty big.
I feel like it feels big enough, so then it's not just like a fluke
I
situation
mean, it's a
where
bit
you wouldn't use
arcadey,
it,
so
but
because
yeah,
obviously a ricochet doesn't perfectly reflect at 35 degrees,
right,
but it's easier to make it reflect perfectly at 35 degrees.
right,
Making someone have to account for the fact that, well, I'm firing into this type of wall, which means my angle goes from 35 degrees, it gets cut in half. So it's like, whilst that's good for skill expression, it's also a bit, it's
it muddies the
simultaneously
water a little too
intuitive
much.
but unintuitive.
Yeah,
Because most people, when they're wanting to think of bouncing in games and stuff, they think of it as
like a rubber
basic
ball,
reflection.
effectively. Yeah,
Yeah. Now you might get pool enthusiasts who say, well, actually, when we play pool, we overestimate and underestimate the reflection because of the way that the felt grips the ball and the cushion changes the rotation. But for most people, when they're thinking, they're going to be thinking in rudimentary, if I hit there, it will bounce the way it came in that way, because most people think about reflections that way.
right.
So
Yeah,
35 degrees in, 35 degrees out.
I'd say it maybe at most 40. Like I feel between 30 and 40 is where to go.
Because you got to keep in mind, this is basically a degree goes at any distance, right? So this is
Yeah,
relatively close to the wall. Someone could still be really far away from the wall and still shoot at that 40 degrees,
yeah,
which is still a bit egregious if you ask me. Because 40 degrees to 40 degrees out is only a 100-degree angle, which is only 10 degrees more than shooting at a right angle. Is it what? Is it 10? Because it's 50 degrees up, 50 degrees down. Yeah, yeah. So you're basically shooting at right angles if you're at 40 degrees. But not
true,
quite right angles, because that's
true.
45 degrees.
Yeah,
Um,
so 35 might feel like the
yeah,
ape, like the max.
35, that gets you 70, that gets you 110 degrees. So that's 20 degrees off. So if you look at 20 degrees there,
Mm-hmm.
that's how far off you are from shooting basically perfectly around a corner. Which I think is a reasonable number. So
Yeah. Okay.
35 is probably fine. I still probably would have said 30, but it's up to you. 35's like, I mean, it doesn't need to be like perfectly realistic, and it can be
Yeah.
tweaked later on, but a good
Yeah,
number
yeah.
to stick to. That's if you do ricochets.
Right. I feel like that would probably be something that I do. Okay, maybe since I'm trying to do the sniper rifle as well for this like sort of prototype setup. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to set it up then. Okay. I'll be right back. All right, back.
Welcome back. So back to the weapon data, a variable.
Yeah.
Just this would just be like ricochet angle, and then you just put 30 for like 30 degrees or 35. Sorry, for 30. Or since this is only ever going to be for a projectile, that can just be baked into the projectiles, I suppose. All projectiles, like if they can ricochet, have a 35-degree ricochet angle, so you don't even need it in the weapon data, right? Unless you want certain weapons to ricochet at different values.
I would say only the sniper rifle really having the ricochet.
Yeah, so it only accounts for one projectile, and that would be sniper rifles, so it would just be in the projectile code then, right? So basically, you'd have it so whenever you've so let's say you've got some generic code for fire, right? Fire, weapon in hand, check. Okay, copy its data into copy its weapon script data into the projectile. If sniper, set ricochet degree to 30, right?
Just making sure I spelled the damn thing right. What the fuck?
If can ricochet, yeah. Oh.
I did not know there was a wrestler that had that name.
Why is he more important than just the generic term of if somebody can ricochet? That's crazy.
Mm. I almost feel like the explosive stuff would be under the projectile category.
Yeah, you can move the data up there. Yeah. Again, I don't know if there's any reason you'd want to know if is explosive, but like is explosive is basically just if explosive damage more than one, right? So yeah, like adding a boolean can explode is a bit redundant, but the redundancy is fine because it's nice to have a variable you can check rather than saying, okay, if explosive damage greater than equal to or greater than 0. You don't want to do that because that's a bit unintuitive.
Yeah.
But just saying it can explode, cool. I don't need to check values. I don't need to check radiuses. I can just assume it can explode, so it has a damage, it has a radius. And what you could do is you can make it so that an explosive round can set off a grenade that's on the floor.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd actually.
So that's a reason to want to know. Oh, you could also have it. You know what sounds cool, right? I don't know if you want to do this, but shooting someone's projectile out of the air, let's say they've got a rocket that's flying through the sky.
Yeah.
And it's heading towards you, and you perfectly shoot it, and it just blows up in the middle of the air.
Yeah.
That sounds fucking nice.
Yeah. I am thinking that. Yeah.
So it having a can explode means shoot projectile collision, can explode, yes, blow.
Yes. that makes things a lot easier in that regard. And then I'm thinking, because the weird thing is it's only some weapons. Actually, no. I think at least in Halo, precision weapons can like immediately destroy grenades, even like thrown grenades. But other weapons can technically do damage to grenades, but it's not as effective as a precision weapon.
I mean, it's just up to you. Because, like, you could just have it so that a certain damage is required to damage the grenade. Like, it's got, like, kind of like a D&D armor class.
True. Yeah, I'll probably do something like that. That way... Well, then again, you have, like, light precision weapons. Like, for example, the pistol, right?
Or you could just make it so that grenades have a health bar, and if you shoot them, you just do damage, and so...
Maybe then precision weapons do, like, a buff, I guess, against grenades? Or at least the grenade body.
Weapons have, like, a headshot multiplier for grenades.
Yeah.
But you can still just shoot a grenade with an SMG, and if you're lucky enough and enough bullets hit, it will just won't explode.
Yeah.
Well, it's up to you. Just suggestions.
I think I'll go with that.
So that would be relevant to the grenade rather than
right.
That's the thing. A grenade is technically a projectile. Do you want separate code for grenades? Yes, right. because they have arcs, they have different code that are specific to grenades. They're technically projectiles, sure, but they are like absolutely
I guess
completely different to weapon projectiles.
I think in this case you could throw it under the projectile script. It's just you would have a different starting velocity, and then
well, I mean, so most projectiles, I'm assuming, aren't going to have bullet drop, right?
yeah.
Whereas a grenade, by its necessity, kind of does need to have it. That's the entire point of grenade, right?
Right.
So thrown grenades, and if you have a grenade launcher, will act basically the same way. It's just the grenade launcher version would just have a higher starting velocity, like you said.
Mm-hmm. I'm also starting to worry if like maybe I'm getting a little too into the weeds about this. At least for like trying to get like a prototype out. You know what I mean?
I mean, most of these variables, you can just leave them there, even if you don't use them for the prototype. It's good to have them all ready to go. So, like, all you really need right now is damage, speed, because there's no one speed. I don't think you've got speed here. You got size, lifespan.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So under projectile, there should be projectile speed. Probably the first one, in fact.
Yeah.
To do projectile speed, the size of the speed, lifespan of the speed, all the other stuff is like conditional stuff. But the fact that a projectile exists, that's the 3D. How fast it moves, that's the speed, and the damage is lower down in the stats. So yeah, okay. So if you wanted to get something working now, all you would need is a little model to shoot. That could just be like a fucking sphere for all that matters.
Yeah, I think I'll do that.
A sphere that shoots. Give it speed, give it damage. Technically, you don't even need to give it damage. You could just make it that all people have 1 health and any bullet kills them for your prototype. So technically, you don't need damage. You just need speed so that the thing comes out at a specific speed. You need model, so a sphere is good enough. And you need it so that when that projectile hits a person, it kills them. And you want to do the 3 types, right? Shotgun, sniper, and what?
Pistol, sniper, and shotgun.
Okay, yeah. So sniper would be very fast, quick sphere that does big damage. Pistol will be slower, but faster to shoot sphere, does small damage. And shotgun will be shoot out lots of spheres.
Yes.
Also pretty quick, but lower damage because it's number of pellets.
Wait, it's then it's not a Node 3D that I need to reference. I think it's shit.
What?
I need to reference a. Yeah, I need to technically reference a scene.
A scene? Huh?
That's technically the weapon is a scene, the projectile is a scene, the player is a scene. So
right. But so like the actual model itself is a scene.
It's like a prefab, yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
And in this engine, scenes can also be levels. They can be UI elements. That whole thing.
When you edit a prefab, it is basically put in its own little temporary scene, so it makes sense in there. So yeah, but so you're making your test projectile. You're going to need to make what 3 of them then, or is it just are they all spheres and then the code determine? Yeah, okay. You only need 1 projectile currently.
Yes.
When you're making an actual difference, you will be like, okay, snipers use this shape round, shotguns use balls, pistol uses this round, but for now they can all just be the same sphere projectile. And then like I said, as you spawn it in, when you click shoot, it puts the data from the weapon into the projectile, so it knows the speed. Did you put spread in this? Because you got pellet count.
No, I did
What
not.
about
Shit.
yeah, like you also don't have accuracy.
Right.
Like, because accuracy and spread are different things, right?
Yeah.
So spread is typically, like, if you're firing multiple bullets, then yeah, spread and accuracy are basically the same. But like spread for a shotgun is how wide the pellets go. So you got number of pellets and then how wide those pellets go. But then you've also got accuracy, which is just when I fire a bullet, where is the expected area it's going to hit? Which functions like spread, but you can't just use spread. Well, I mean, you technically can for a shotgun. Each pellet would just get its own spread assigned to it, but I think it's best to typically either use patterns or predictable like cones rather than that. But so you have found literal.
Oh, without the equal.
Float 0 point. There you go. And then I'd put under pellet count maybe pellet spread. Oh no, spread and accuracy you've already done. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so the variables you will need are accuracy, spread, probably shot delay and fire rate, right? Because
Yeah.
you don't want it so that you can just spam the sniper rifle over and over. You don't need to do ricochets now, but I mean, if you want to show that off in your prototype, you could do ricochets now. Yeah.
Kind of
Very
just
basic.
using the little comment thing just to signify, okay, these are the priority ones that I need to at least get.
All right. So yeah, you selected. Okay, let's sit up so I see which ones you've selected. Right. So
Spread, accuracy, range, shot delay, and damage.
and then also speed up there above. Projectile speed up there, not in that stat section, in the projectile section.
Right. I guess generally fire rate is fine, but then again, it's pistol, sniper rifle, and then a shotgun, which is pump. So
Yeah, all of them have a shot delay, sure, but it's not like burst where you need to care about the difference between
yeah,
the 2 bullets coming out in the the 3 bullets in the 3 round burst.
right,
Is it did it or is it?
right.
So, type of fire, all of them are single, so that doesn't matter. Unless you, yeah, because no, you. I mean, are you going to use the Halo style where holding down shoot fires as fast as possible, even though it's technically not an auto weapon?
No, no. I think I'm gonna
Okay.
use kind of more standard, where it's
Yeah, because that's the thing I didn't notice when I was playing Halo, because I always tapped fire anyway.
mm-hmm.
So like I didn't know that I could just hold down shoot with the Magnum and it would just keep shooting.
You can do that with the shotgun as well, but yeah.
But that doesn't technically mean it's auto. That just means the game treats it as an auto for me, even though it's technically a single shot.
Right.
Like in code, it's an auto, but in actuality, it's not an automatic shotgun. It's a pump shotgun. It has a pump on it.
Yeah. Thankfully, in the case of the Bulldog in Halo Infinite, it was a case that either A, it could have been lag that made it look like it was slam fired, or something along the lines of making it look like something that was happening that made it look like that. But when I suffered through it recently, there was a more considerable delay between the push forward of the pump and then the fire. So thankfully, it's not as horrible as I once thought it was, but it's still a god awful design.
Were the trench guns in like World War One slam fire? Is that what the term means?
Slam fire means if you push, as long as you hold the trigger down, every time you pump back forward, it will fire.
Yeah, I think the trench gun was a slam fire shotgun.
Right. The Winchester was slam fired. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Because you just hold down the trigger, pretty much.
Yeah.
If a bunch of teenagers who haven't seen in many years a gun that operates with a jerking motion.
I'm just thinking of that, like, there's a
Even then, a slam fire weapon is only automatic in terms of like an engineering thing. If you let go of that trigger, it won't. Like, obviously, you let go of the trigger on an automatic weapon, but you still have to do an action to have it happen, which is the pump.
Mm-hmm.
So. So that looks like everything, right? You don't really care about projectile lifespan currently. That's more of a optimization, make sure the game doesn't heart attack issue.
Right.
You're not doing anything with bursts. Pellet counts required, obviously, for your shotgun. And then magazine stuff. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you don't need a magazine right now. You can test without that.
True.
As a prototype, but I mean, it's nice to have a little number on the screen so that people can see. Look, shot come out.
Yay.
So hey, it's up to you. So those are priority. Magazines probably secondary, and then all the other stuff is not needed right now for the prototype, but it is needed in the future. Because surprisingly, you can have games with infinite ammo, and they still have reloads. So the magazine is technically there.
Yeah.
The reserve isn't. And then you can also have it where they have reloads technically, but those reloads are just the rate of fire. Like Sniper TF2, for example, he has ammo, and he has a time between shooting where he, does the bolt and gets ready to shoot again. But he never actually reloads. He doesn't have a reload function.
Right. Because by the time he fired,
he doesn't have infinite ammo. So if you just took off the ammo counter, Sniper would function identically.
Right.
Because it's just click, do animation, click, do animation, click, do animation.
Yeah, it's effectively, you don't see his mag size because technically it's just a shot of one, and then you just have solely the reserve ammo that's visible.
Actually, I think it's a shot one in the thing. I can't remember. No, I think it's just reserve. I can't remember.
At least his stock weapon is like that. His other weapons might not have it. That have like a magazine. I know
the Huntsman says one.
Right.
It all says it's charge mode, but like it reloads. But for all intents and purposes, it's not actually a reload. It's
right.
Just, you have a one bullet magazine because it's a bolt weapon that you just do the bolt and then the number goes in.
And I think
shoot again, and the number goes in and you shoot again.
I can't remember.
If you hid those numbers from the player and just gave the sniper infinite ammo, there would be no functional difference.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember now. Does the Piss Sniper, does that have a magazine, or is that also another sniper rifle that you just keep racking another round in?
I don't think any of the snipers have a magazine, my friend.
It has been a while. I have not played TF2.
Well, I mean, insofar as they have magazines, but they don't reload, right?
Right.
You put they put a bullet in the chamber. You shoot. You have the animation for clocking back the bolt and putting it in, and then you shoot again. It's not like anything else where you shoot X amount of bullets and then you are stopped. You do a reload animation and it goes back, because technically you do a reload animation on every single one.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure you just shoot from your reserve anyway. It's not like there's never a period of time where you shoot, then you have to stop to put 5 more bullets back in your gun. Shoot. And some people mod to add that as a function to give the sniper more downtime, where he's got a 5 bullet magazine, for example, or they just lower the amount of ammo he has in his reserve. TF2. Apparently the Sydney Sleeper is not... Oh, it's because I wrote Sweeper instead of Sleeper. That's Oh yeah, I love the TF2 wiki being so very slow. Error 503, backend fetch failed. Thank you, Gaben. Let's see if I can get an image of someone playing the sniper rifle instead of opening up the wiki. Okay, sniper. If I just do like sniper TF2 gameplay, I can just see their HUD. Yeah, they don't have a magazine. They just have their reserve number. Yeah. You're right. You were right. So that they shoot, the number goes down. They shoot, the number goes down. So technically, they have their reserve is their magazine.
Yeah.
Which is a bit silly. So if you just made him have infinite ammo, aka for all intents and purposes, every time you shoot, add a bullet back to his reserve. For all intents and purposes, it doesn't need to be a reserve, so you don't need those parts. Those are secondary.
Yeah.
Those are just for, they're usually for balancing reasons, magazines and ammos and such, as well as map design. So you can have it so if someone runs out of ammo, they can walk over to an ammo pack.
Yeah. I guess in this case, like, because I'm thinking about, like, some of the customization options in the custom games, right? Like, infinite ammo is the thing. So, perhaps... What the hell? Okay.
You could do two types of infinite ammo. You could do infinite reserve and infinite ammo.
Yeah. There's the... Excuse me. There's infinite ammo, and then what Halo refers to as bottomless clip, which is you never have to reload.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's not a clip. It's not a clip.
It's not a clip!
In your entire game, uses a clip in all magazines. Like, not even the needler, which you could actually get away with having a clip, because you can't reload the needler. It just reloads itself, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, you put more needles in the thing, you just, like, shake it, and then they come out again, or whatever the fuck. Like, it would actually make sense to have, like, a curved clip that you kind of, like, push down onto the needler and roll it so that it pushes them all into the thing.
Yeah.
For convenience.
The way that I've seen is... It's the Blamite... Like, if you take a look at the crystals that you've seen in, like, Combat Evolved, the little Blamite crystals... What it does is it opens up, and then you basically shove a crystal in there, it closes, and then it, like, vaporizes the crystal, and then, because it, like, enters the air again, it, like, crystallizes again into the shards. Like, that's the only thing that that's the thing I vaguely know about it, and the only reason why I know about the reload animation is because people have done that in the SPV3 mod, as well as a couple other, like, CE mods.
So, like, yeah, the, nothing in the game has a clip. Shut up. It's futuristic sci-fi. We don't have clips.
Shit, I am out of water. I'm gonna grab water real quick.
Ew, water. I drink carbonated poo water. I think it's just load and then resource myscene.tscn.
Load dot what?
So here's an example. Their scene equals load, and then the file path, so resource / myscene.tscn. Scenes are templates from which you can create as many reproductions as you like. The operation is called instancing, and doing it from code. Loading the scene from the local drive, then creating an instance, which is their instance equals scene.instantiate. I'll give you the link. Oh no, you got it there. You got it there.
Oh, okay.
Just keep scrolling. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Just keep scrolling down until you get to. There you go. Instancing scenes.
Okay.
Their scene equals load. So that's loading it. So for my example, that's prefab equals resource.load, then the file path, and then the instantiator is equals new. So it's just scene dot instantiate. So
Okay.
yeah, you basically need to instantiate the thing, right?
Mm.
So you load it and then instantiate it. So
Yeah.
you copy the path in your node tree, if you can, like right click copy, and then you do var scene equals load in that, or preload if you want to. So I like to see this as you're loading the prefab, and then technically it's the instantiator, but you're loading the packed scene, which is like the prefab, and then you have to instantiate the thing. So yeah, there you go. So that loads it, and then instantiating it would be every time you click the fire button, it would do weapon projectile dot instantiate. So maybe call it, like I like to call it like projectile prefab, but maybe call it like projectile scene, maybe, or even just scene, so that you for now, the projectile scene will always be the same, right? So you might as well copy and paste it in there anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This is for the test weapon that I have currently. So.
Okay, so and then when you do the fire code, you would do weapon dot. So you'd basically get node of the weapon that you're holding.
Right.
Do that node dot fire, and then it would have code that's all down in here, right?
Right.
Do you have code that checks what the person's holding? Is there like
No.
Does that even exist?
Currently not. No.
Okay, so that's the thing you're going to also need to do. You need a weapon slot or slots. I think you already had that. I think I saw that in your code.
That was the switch slots. So that's what I have currently. So as an input, which is switch to back weapon, which that's kind of convoluted. Switch slot.
Yeah, I don't think it was that. I think I saw it on a piece of code that you'd written, but maybe I'm remembering other code that you've written before.
That might be it.
So yeah, you need. Yeah, you would basically have two nodes. Obviously, you'd have two weapon nodes, current weapon, back weapon. Right, only two, and then for now you only need one. To be fair, you only need a weapon.
Right.
So you just need a slot to put your weapon in. So that does that exist? Do you have that?
No, so I'll be doing that now.
Okay. So this would be like their weapon node, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then just what's null, I suppose. What's the GD script? It's just null, right? If you don't have anything, it would just be null.
Yeah, it's because I had D. It's spelled wrong technically.
Ah. Okie dokie.
Actually, because I have categories set up in this, I probably should do that in my base player, so then I can see it here.
Yeah.
A little bit more visible.
I'm actually going to pop out for a bit.
Alrighty.
I might pop back if I get bored, but yeah. Message me if you need any code help.
Alrighty. Just want to check this yet again on if this is just feels right. Wait a minute. Technically speaking, I've already modified it in the projectile itself. Yeah, I've already modified it in the scale of this itself, so that's unnecessary for me to also do it here. Like, at this point, it would just be 1. So I guess script-wise, this would be by default 1. There's probably a way to hide. So if explode is on, right? Oh, if I'm going to do this, I probably should modify this. Right, it's closed bolt. And there's no burst. I was hitting 25 both times, but no, I hit 36 for some reason. Dumbass. Anyway. There's something amusing about the idea that a lot of weapons can ricochet. I feel like that could be fun. I'm kind of annoyed with myself now because to some extent I've kind of already figured this out and then I deleted it. God damn it. Okay. Alright. I already figured it out, and then I decided to fucking have a crash out and delete everything. Fucking dumbass. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm hearing some stuff. Everything's fine. It was just the cat just making some racket in the front yard. I'm gonna make some coffee real quick, so I'll be right back. So I'll keep it here on the BRB. I'm gonna be a little bit longer because I just realized that I hadn't had breakfast yet, and it's already 2. So I've got coffee and I've got oatmeal. I'm gonna eat that, kind of try to vibe out for a little bit, and then I'll be in here. I'll still be keeping an eye on chat and all that. So, yeah. I'll just be talking as much as I normally do. I guess the restream chat doesn't seem to be working real quick, so I'm gonna refresh that. Because it just... It's just not working right now. So I'm going to do a quick test just because I was seeing YouTube not working, but Twitch was working, and then Discord was working, but not... Like, it was very weird. So I'm going to do a quick test just to see... Okay, does that appear... Fuck. I think I swallowed something wrong, because I'm... Fuck. Okay, it shows up there. Okay, YouTube is not working for some reason. Yeah, that's strange, actually. I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, I have Restreams on there. Restream is one of my moderators. Oh shit, I've hit 10... Wait, shit, I've hit 10 hours of watch time? Fuck. What the hell? What the hell happened there? I guess... Damn. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't know what started that, but I guess, yeah. My Left for Yap video, stream VOD. Surprisingly, people were watching. Huh. Holy shit, 2,000 impressions. Okay. I'm looking at my analytics right now because it was just like, what? Yeah, I'm disappointed. So, I've got... I was using Restream because I didn't want to, like, ping pong between different chat rooms to make sure, like, I'm seeing everything. But no, it's like, you gotta make it difficult for some stupid ass reason. Who knows? Maybe it's just, you know, YouTube being a little dumb right now, or like Restream or something. I don't know. Oh shit, I hit copyright? What was it? Envy. See details. Oh. Is it like... I don't even know that. Envy is the song. But during that I was streaming Unreal Tournament stuff, so it's like, unless one of the songs is called Envy. Okay, nothing in Unreal Tournament. Let me try CE. I don't think there's anything in CE. Right. Or the Half-Life 2. Yeah, okay. That's like, what the fuck? Yeah, what? Yeah, this is a... Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at this at another time, but I'm gonna fight that because that's like pretty sure they don't own Unreal Tournament soundtrack. Just to double check, it's probably just somebody, you know, who has like some stupid like mumble rap shit like over one of these tracks, and it was like, oh, time to copyright fucking everybody, because it's not WMG, it's not Warner. Or just the you know the people in general who actually own it. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out another time. For now, let's get back into it. We'll deal with YouTube's crappy copyright another time. All right. That's funny. Alright, so currently I've got these test weapons ready to go. Yeah, because of this, the model is kind of redundant, so I'm going to remove that because I was going to try to do it a different method, but yeah, yeah. Really, at that point, it's kind of unnecessary, so I'll delete that.
Yellow.
Yay. How's it going?
Going okay.
Nice. I don't know why, but my thumb is like slowly becoming numb for the last couple of days. I don't know. I wonder if there's anything behind that.
Mm. Ooh, gilded sword. Mm.
Oh, I realized I didn't change it like a fucking moron. Oh, no, I did. Okay, I did. I'm just an idiot. Wait. Okay, why the... Okay, you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Right, I forgot to put in the projectile. Right, okay. All right, looks like one of the cat was out, so I'll be right back. Alright, cat no longer interested in going outside. She is just kind of just staring daggers at me. Back to game. I really do need another mouse just to replace this one. One day I'll be able to do that. Wait a minute, I think that was an Unreal Engine thing that I was looking at. That I'm thinking of. Okay. Excuse me? Wouldn't that be kind of the purpose? You know what? I'm gonna bite the bullet just because there's time. I got to deal with the time. You know,
You can get access by joining my Patreon.
I can't just sit here and dilly dally anymore.
What do I mean when I say modular? Well, when creating a game with a bunch of weapons, each of those weapons will likely behave differently. Physically, they use different meshes, materials, are positioned differently in the future. Then we'll use what is called a custom resource. This is a script that will act like a blueprint or template for our weapons. Every unique weapon will use this custom resource as a template, where we define a series of variables we can edit for our weapons, like weapon name, position, rotation, mesh. Each weapon will have its own file that stores these values, and all we'll need to do to load that file is load our weapon into our weapon scene. So the first thing we need to do is create our custom resource. To do that, we right-click in our File System tab and create a new script. In our window, we select Resource as our base type and click Create. I'm saving mine in a Meshes Weapons folder and naming it Weapons. Your weapon script will look like this. First, we set a class name of weapons, and we extend the resource type. Then we create a series of export variables. Notice that none of these have any default values. This is because we will create unique resources for our will look like this. Meshes Weapons folder and name some tab and create a new script. In our window, we select Resource as our base type and click Create. I'm saving mine in a Meshes Weapons folder and naming it Weapons. Your weapon script will look like this. First, we set a class name of weapons, and we extend the resource type. Then we create a series of export variables. Notice that none of these have any default values. This is because we will create unique resources for our weapons where we'll fill this data in later. I've created name for a unique weapon name reference, position, and rotation for the weapon's default camera. position. And mesh in shadow to set our model and turn shadow on or off. More variables can be added, and we'll definitely do so in the future. With our script created, we can now create our first weapon resource for our crowbar. I've created a crowbar folder to house my mesh, material textures, and now we'll add a custom weapon resource. Right-click the folder, create new resource, and search for our weapons resource type. It should pop up because we set our class name in our script. Create and save the resource, and it should open up in the Inspector tab, where you'll notice all of the export variables we set. That in our script. Now we can fill out this information for our crowbar weapon, save it, and make changes to it in the future. And if we add new variables to our weapon, say a damage field or a shooting sound, it will automatically be found in our weapons resources, ready for new data. Pretty cool. I filled out my crowbar resource with the following information. Feel free to adjust the position and rotation yourself. But now that we have our weapon info, we need a way to load and use that information in our weapons scene. Back in our weapons scene, we're going to add a script to our parent called initiate weapon. This script will load our weapons resource we just created and use that data to load our weapon for our player, setting the mesh and positioning it according to the settings we set earlier on. Our script for now will be fairly simple, but in the future, we can extend this to include more of our weapon logic. First, we create an export variable, set to our weapons resource type so we can load and set our crowbar reference. then 2 onReady variables for our weapon mesh and shadow nodes. I'll be using the unique name setting for both by right-clicking the node and setting access to unique name to true. Then we can reference those nodes with the unique name tag here. Then we have a custom function called load weapon where we'll set our weapon mesh, position, rotation in degrees, and our shadow setting using the values of our loaded weapons resource. In this case, a crowbar. We run this function when the script readies in our ready function. Then when we run our level, our weapon script will load our crowbar settings. that will hold any and all nodes we need for our weapon. Create damage, animations, and more. And we'll do it like this. First, we create one master weapon scene that will hold any and all nodes we need for our weapons. For now, we just have our mesh instance 3D node for our weapon mesh.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break because I'm not. My brain's kind of fried at the moment, and I notice that I'm just not getting anywhere with this. Okay. I'll try to get on later.